Okay. Um, I think I have everything set up. Oh, I'm far back. I didn't expect to be so far back. Hello. Hi. The plan for today is to work on my BS projects, as I just said in chat. I have some projects that are due at the end of the quarter. One of them I'm getting details on tomorrow. Hi, Bliss. Welcome in. Also, just sorry, let me get back to the regularly scheduled programming. Thank you, or congrats on your first cane. Thank you for the hydrate toasty. Let me take that. Yeah, I am Shadow the Hedgehog. My hair is literally like I dyed my hair red, but it's like really red. Like really, really red. And I didn't really specify to my yeah, you wouldn't have known because I did it on Friday and then haven't streamed on Facecam, so that would be why. But yeah, I dyed it on Friday, and I told my artist I wanted like red, and I didn't remember to clarify to her that I meant like cherry red and not like Shadow the Hedgehog red. Yeah, it's my sibling, me and my sibling Shadow and Shadow the Hedgehog. No worries, Bliss. But yeah, no, I like. Okay, like let's real talk. Let's get in close. Like, give me a sec. It's a lot redder than I intended. Hold on. I'm doing something. Give me a moment. It's very important. Spot the difference. Spot the difference. You can't. These are the same images. So I was going for like cherry red. I know it does. I realized belatedly. I was going for like a cherry red. Like, you know how there's that trend that was like cherry cola hair or whatever? Like that, like a dark cherry. But I didn't remember to specify that to my hairdresser. So here we are. I don't hate it, but I definitely do. I do feel like when I walked into class yesterday that I got a few more stares than usual. Probably because I look like a traffic light, but like I think I'm working it. You know what I mean? Like I think I make it work, but like no, like cherry, they're like a deeper cherry's a deeper red. This is like a vibrant red. The cherry is like actually like a deep red. So I did get stared at when I walked into class yesterday, but like, when don't I? It's fine. I just kind of look like this. This is my life now, you know? But it was a little funny, I think. But yeah, so I may have made a miscalculation in terms of hair color, but you know, that's fine. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. I might change this a little bit. I feel like I'm like cutting myself off. And not just because Shadow the Hedgehog is on half of my screen currently. Shadow. Okay, this should be a little better. I just, this camera angle got moved around a little bit and I thought it was the same and it wasn't. Also part of the reason I started late was because everything hurt when I woke up and I needed to take a bit longer to take all my pain medication and stuff, so it's fine. I didn't set up the way I would have wanted to, but sometimes you just gotta listen to your body because you can't be productive if you're in severe pain and dying. Fun fact. Capitalism doesn't work good if you can't move. But yeah, so the plan for today is to get cracking a little bit on some of the projects I have due this week. So No. Why don't you not do that? Because you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna be really stressed later, and then have a crash out again. So, like, why don't we do work now so you can be free later? Hey, I know you well enough. Unfortunately, I do know you. I mean, unfortunately for you, not for me. No, I won't. But yeah, so I'm gonna be working on a few things. I have homework due on Friday, so that's one thing. I haven't started the homework, but it's due, so I need to work on that. Alternatively, I also need to enroll in classes, so I'm gonna do that today. And if I'm gonna bounce between doing homework and working on a project that's due week 10. It's currently week 8, so I have a little bit of time, but not like a lot of time. No, it's never fun in classes. Okay, so I'm free from AI Slop Fest next quarter. I will get it again next year. But I will be free from AI Slop Fest for a little bit. Just not forever. So that will be nice, but I need to find some electives because I've been like not able to find any electives, and so I'm like a little bit behind on doing those. So like ideally I would love to get some of those squared away so that I'm less in trouble. But yeah, so enroll in classes is one goal, so I'm actually gonna add that for myself. Hold on. That needs to be set up. But for me, I'm going to yep. And then 254 homework. 201 project. That's what I got for today. Let me triple check one thing because it's been a bit. If you ever have any doubt about if you should throw something out, my answer is usually yes. If you feel doubt, you should throw it out. It's just not worth it. Like I as a frequent eater of slightly suspicious food, I only eat it if I like feel okay about it. There is still like I have a standard theoretically. I think you should, but I mean, as long as you're like safe and not drinking them off of, you know, when you're not supposed to, I think it's fine. That's the only issue, is if you're drinking them out of sequence or old drinks. But yeah, so sorry if I feel a little scattered today. I woke up and I didn't know what planet I was on. So that's one of the reasons stream was a little late. So we're just gonna roll with it. I do too. I'm not great about it, but it's not like sorry. I was getting messages in my DMs. I don't think you should leave the 48-hour tea on your desk. Personally. But yes, I think you should throw that away. old tea aside, so I have a few things I need to get done. I'm hoping to get a few hours in on it. I don't feel great today. No, I'm not doing good, but that's okay. Like, I'm trying my best, and that's why we're here. I do feel kind of like my brain has been shoved through 3 blenders, but like, you know, we ball. This is caffeinated. We'll start working on it a little more, and maybe that'll fix all my problems, probably, maybe. I also have a painkiller I took right as stream was starting, so we'll see when that kicks in. For those of you who haven't been privy to what's been going on in my private life, I've just been having a lot of like back pain, which is causing other pain, and I just woke up a little bit rougher than usual, rougher than yesterday. But yeah, we're gonna ball. I do need to get stuff done, like no matter how much I don't feel good, this is still due on Friday, unfortunately, so I cannot keep putting it off. So I'm gonna do some stuff at least, make some small progress, and hopefully get Kane to shame me into doing more later. Sorry, I'm fighting some cherry red battles in my DMs. You don't get to shame me because you're not done with your work either. Those who live in glass houses should not toss rocks, as I say. Well, that's because she finished high school. And she's done and didn't go to college. Well, not for an extended period of time. She did go to college for a bit. But I took it back partially. No, I mean, like, she's not currently in college. I went back for seconds, and that's really my fault. I should not have. Sometimes I'm like, wow, I really went back for a second helping. Yeah. Call coffee. I wish. I finished college with good grades. I don't know if I'm gonna get good grades in this class. This might be my first B in my PhD career, but that's okay. Okay, I don't fully have my head in the game, so I'm gonna start off by enrolling for classes, so at least that's off of my mind, and then we'll see where we get. Kind of feel like I need to like dunk tank myself right now. That's okay. I think that's why you get out of bed and co-work with me right now, my love. I think you get out of bed and come do some work with me. I think you do work. Sorry, I'm getting like everybody has decided that it is awake time and they need to ask me things, but we will get to it. Look for somebody who's also working before and after classes and being an Overwatch addict. You were crushing grades. It is not you. It is my old roommate. Oh my lord. Kane said it's not me, I'm innocent, then immediately DM'd me. Anyways, I'm just being asked a lot of stuff. I will answer at another time. I just was like, why is everybody waking up? It's fine. We're fine. Sammy doesn't know I'm live right now, so I think so she was like asking me stuff about this weekend. But yes, so I think what you do is you get up and start doing work with me now so you can game later. That's why I'm doing work now. Okay. That being said, I cannot push it off. That is why we're here. We are gonna be accountable together. So I'm gonna enroll in some classes at least, because that one always falls by the wayside and then I don't have any classes and that's not good either. So let's do that first. And then we'll see where I get. I do want to work on my homework and I might do that over the project, even though I did want to start my project. But my homework is due Friday and the project is due in 2 weeks, so. I'm getting me too. Okay, I'm going to play the timer. For those of you who haven't been here before, I always say this before every time I do this, but I don't like people talking at me when I'm doing work, so I'm assuming you don't either. So I will go mute during the working blocks, and we will just be working. You can chat with me via, like, we can chat in the text box and I'll respond whenever I see it, like in the actual Twitch chat, but I will not talk out loud, just so you can lock in if you would like to, and I can lock in if I would like to. It is just like that. Okay, that being said, okay, see you guys. was the end of our first work session. Okay. Okay, Toasty. I love that for you. You know, I'm just always stunned by your power and yeah. I'm also reading the DMs that I agree with Kane on, so I'm just trying to compartmentalize the two issues. I think my brain is melting. Okay, so good news. No, I'm wrong. I'm built diff. No, that's so valid of you. I fear for what Toasty's gonna put in her obituary, because what she considers brain rot has to be very intense, because I've seen her. I think you just put pictures of your Pinterest feed, Toasty. I think you just take screenshots of your Pinterest feed. You don't even need to pay me money. I'll do it for free. And I can even do it on stream. Your brain rot is OC shipping. See, that's valid brain rot. Her brain rot is cursed. It's very cursed. Her idea of brain rot is intense. I say as somebody who is brain rotted. That's real. No, I love that for you. I would do the same. If I had slightly more artistic skill or had the facilities to work on doing art better, it would be so over for me. Nah, that's valid. That's valid. Nah. No kink shaming. That's valid. No, I've been reading, oh my god. I got really into Danmei novels this year, and I'm so brain rotted. It's so bad. You're so right. I'm just also not super great of a writer. D&D is maybe the correct option. Bacon, baby. See, that's what I'm saying is, like, I think you just need to, your obituary, I think really just is encapsulated by your YouTube recommendations and your Pinterest feed together. Hi, Guy. What writing in D&D? Tim RDM wants to know. We do play D&D, but my D&D character is like a very, very close self-insert. Like, she's not exactly me, but she's an offshoot of me very easily. Why did you click on the bacon socks? Kane, I think you should pick up writing. What if you wrote while we were doing co-working streams? I want to know where you clicked on. I don't like bacon. Well, I like bacon, but like not like that, dude. Like, you know how like the 2010 liking bacon, where like bacon's on everything? Like, not that. Like, I will eat bacon, but I'm not like weird about bacon. I'm a regular amount of normal about bacon. You know, Tim, maybe that's what you need to do in your free time. We need, like, maybe that's something you can do to fulfill yourself. I wasn't looking, Toasty. I think I'm having a stroke anyways, trying to conceptualize Bacon Baby right now. Hey, Kane, there's another co-working stream this week because I have projects due. You should come right during that one. But yeah, so good news. I enrolled in a class. Guys, I enrolled in a class. I want applause. I want fanfare. I want, like, not jack off. That's like the poppers? Streamers? I don't know. I enrolled in a class, an elective. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so brave. I did text him first and say, did you take this class? It's a mouse genetics class. There are 4 more slots out of 5, and you should definitely come join me. I would love to take mouse genetics I would love to take any class with you. I think that would heal anything wrong with me would be healed by being in a class with you, I think. I think thoroughly that taking a class with you would heal my mental health and maybe water my crops or whatever. I found an open class that I enrolled in at least. So I'm taking, so far, I enrolled in an ethics class so that I am ethical while doing research, I guess. I enrolled in a mouse genetics class. I enrolled in some class that happens at 9 a.m. that I really don't want to go to. And yeah, but that's better than none. I'm glad you DM'd William. That was good. I was catching up on chat quite a bit too, so I didn't get to look for any more classes. But the mouse genetics class, I don't work with mice. But Tim took it, which means it's probably fine for me to take it. That is why I asked him. I was like, hey, I remember you saying you took this class. I also just want to take more biology classes because the math classes are a little too mathy. I really wish the way we taught math was different. Let me put it that way. Before we start our next work session, let me check on... Oh dear. I'm watching... Anyways, I was watching things go a direction in my DMs. Actually... Okay. Yeah, it of course is ours. Yeah. I'm gonna start the next work session because I still need to keep enrolling in classes. So, as always, I will shut the fuck up. You guys can work. I can work in peace. And hopefully you'll be able to get some stuff done. I'm gonna keep enrolling in classes because I feel good about that. So let me go do that. See you guys on the flip side. is the end of our work block. I was able to find a few more classes, so we're making progress. Doesn't feel like it, but we are. This one I couldn't enroll in. I could. This one I'm waitlisted on. Waitlisted on causal inference class that I don't want to take. There's another class I really want to take, but it's not. I need to talk to the instructor or the SAO from the department because I can't enroll in it myself. Thank you for the hydrate. But I'm getting close. I can't enroll in the class yet, but I'm gonna email and ask if I can enroll. So that would be like, I'd be guaranteed at least 2 electives, if not like 3, which might be too much, but figure that one out later. This would be my preferred one, so. The bottom had a lot of lime in it. Very, very caffeinated water. But yes. So the good news is I'm making progress on stuff that I really needed to do. During the next block, I'll have to write some emails really quick to like finish up that and deal with some stuff related to my rotation. But once I'm done with that, like I've at least done a lot of to-dos that are getting in the way of me doing other stuff for my work. And then I can work on my homework probably is what I'll do. But yeah, let me actually. There we go. So the good news is I did enroll in some classes. I don't have no classes for next quarter again. I have a few. I might actually be busier class-wise than I was, but that's to be expected because I like don't have any classes this quarter, which is fine. I'm kind of glad I didn't have that many classes this quarter because this quarter's been so immensely cursed that like I've not really been cooking and making tons of progress on stuff. So like if I was in like a ton of classes, I would have been kind of shit out of luck. As much as it feels shitty to not make progress on my degree, one, I just couldn't find anything that I was allowed to enroll in. 2, just like, you know. It's just been a rough quarter. There's been a lot going on. Yeah, it sucks because I feel like behind in my stuff. Like I feel behind in like finishing my course requirements and things like that because I have stuff that needs to get done. Like I have, you know, electives and things that need to be done at a certain time in my graduate career. Yeah. It's also been like, it's a mix of like the mental health being bad because things have just been like really stressful. And then I've been like having a pretty bad physical health flare up. Because like recently I learned that a lot of my like health problems are related to an underlying health condition that I didn't know I had up until this year. And so like learning how to cope with that and deal with the day-to-day of that has been interesting, especially as someone who doesn't think of themselves as like, who didn't spend many years thinking of themselves as like being partially disabled in some way, right? Like we're not being fully abled, right? It's been an interesting transition. I actually had a long talk about it with my boss yesterday that was really good, but because he understands where I'm coming from, he has kind of a invisible disability in the same way I do, but it's been weird. It's been very weird. Yeah, no, I get it. Like I totally agree. It's like I'm trying to find the right balance between like getting stuff done and also taking care of myself. Thank you. It's been rough. It was like, I'm glad I know what it is now, but it's been rough dealing with like trying to navigate what that means for me, basically. But yeah, no, I'm definitely the type who like pushes themselves quite a lot. Like in undergrad, I pushed myself like quite a lot. So, um, I'm like trying to find the balance between feeling productive and like feeling satisfied, but also not pushing myself as much as I did in undergrad, because like I did way, way too much when I was like during that time. So like trying to find the balance between feeling fulfilled and productive, but also not over pushing myself has been kind of a difficulty because I'm used to being like only on and off, like one or the other and not both at the same time. So it's been kind of odd to be working on that balance for me. Because I'm used to like working really, really hard and then having like, you know, spring break, winter break, whatever. Yeah. Especially because I worked very, very hard in undergrad and I'm trying to like undo that brain pilling. Yeah, it's very funny how this has turned out. But yeah, I like very much overwork myself. Scary smart mirror. No. I'm smart in all the ways that don't matter. I'm smart in the school and in nowhere else. Like, and not even, oh my God, that's the worst part about going to grad school is like, because everybody has such different backgrounds, like I'm very smart in certain things, but it's like, I'm very not smart in other things. So like, for example, I didn't take a lot of formalized math classes and I'm in a more formal math class this quarter. And like, I just go in and I'm like getting like fire hosed with equations and symbols and stuff. And I'm like, when like in actuality, it's all stuff I can teach myself and I understand if it's explained to me a different way, just not with like a heavy reliance on formulas and proofs. So it's just kind of difficult. It's kind of been an odd balance to find in terms of like being confident in what I know and knowing that I know stuff, but also knowing that there's things I'm not going to know and that there's specialties that I'm just not going to be good at. Like, you know what? I don't really care about genetics. I'm not a genetics girly. Like, that means that I might not know as much as some of my peers about genetics, and I have to like be okay with that. So it's a very interesting mix of like all of the things I've been trying to work on myself in terms of like self-value and stuff like that, all kind of coming at me at once because I'm dealing with like the school stuff at the same time, like the school trying to overworking pill my brain at the same time as like trying to feel valued. It's crazy. Yeah. No, I mean, I know what parts of research I do well at. It's just that like there are parts of research that are kind of unusual, so like they're not super valued in the rest of my department, so I need to like find a way to make sure that I still feel like my own value excised from like external stimuli, essentially, because there's going to be a lot of people who don't see value in my research up until it knocks them in the face, right? Because like I know what I'm doing is important, but people won't like, we're in a very controversial part of research, so it's hard because not everyone likes us. So I need to find a way to like build the inner strength to kind of like know that I'm okay and know that I like what I'm doing and know that I'm competent in what I'm doing without that external like validation, essentially, because I'm never gonna get that from my field, because I just the stuff we work on is not popular with people. It's because we're telling them that things they're doing are wrong, and that tends to be rather unpopular. If you tell people that their whole life work is not supported by math, they don't tend to like that very much. I mean, I don't blame them, but it's like one of those things that people don't tend to love is if you tell them they're doing everything wrong, and they've been doing everything wrong for years. Yeah, basically, I do like, we're in like a kind of a very weird niche part of biology and doing like computational biology, where we do a lot of like, yeah, they hate that. We do a lot more theoretical work. If you think of like theoretical physics and like, you know, other fields, there's no equivalent of like theoretical biology. It's all like very applied. to like systems and stuff like that. So like talking about the theory and the concepts that we're using to think about biology is not super normalized, because people just assume they're true. And so we work on problems related to that, like how are we thinking about biology, the concepts and the frameworks we're using to think about biology, because those frameworks come with a lot of assumptions. And if those assumptions aren't necessarily supported by the data, that means that maybe those assumptions aren't true and our theoretical frameworks aren't true. So that's like a very high level way of putting it. But like a great example is there's this concept that people use a lot in biology to think about how cell types work and how cell differentiation works. And our lab looked in the data and like looked at the structure of the data and like, you know, how everything looks, and we're like, hey, that the data, it may be that the theory's right, it may be that the data's right, but they don't support each other. So like you can't keep using that theory to constrain this data, if that makes sense. That one's extremely fucking unpopular right now. They've been fighting to get that paper out for a bit in our lab because it's very impactful, but in a very controversial way, because people don't like it if you tell them they've been doing things wrong for thousands of years or whatever. Or like not thousands, hundreds. 100 singular, maybe. When was that concept invented? There's someone who would know, but I don't know if they're busy right now, so let me check. Oh, you know, not more than 100 years. The concept that we're fighting against is from 1957. So not that bad. But yeah, people don't tend to like it if you tell them their ancient concepts aren't cool anymore. So that's like the base level. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the correct view on how science. You would think so. Hello. This is the person who's responsible for the work, the very impactful work that is like that right now. It is. Like, you'd be surprised. Like, science is this very interesting thing because we need to be like reactive to new science and able to handle new concepts, but people naturally don't like to do that. Like within yourself, like you don't love that. Like humans tend to like to believe what they already believe. Yeah, exactly. And so that causes this weird friction between like the scientific ideal and the scientific ideals and what we think science should be versus like human nature. Yeah, I mean, people just aren't good at making changes to their like knowledge frameworks. It's like psychology, actually. It's like not even like just, oh, don't worry about it, Toasty. We're talking about science. As it turns out, scientists are people, theoretically, or we're all reptiles. You never know. I'd like to be a reptile person. I'd rather be a reptile person than a people right now. It sounds much better. Oh, to be a lizard sunning myself on a rock. Yeah. It's like that. There's a word that I'm not thinking of that has to do with that, but yeah, it's like even if you know that it's not right, it's like it's your long held belief, therefore you're more willing to like substantiate it. So scientists are susceptible to that as well. Yeah. And like also that belief also makes it so that you're inherently more skeptical of things that prove you wrong. I mean, it means that like people don't like having their beliefs shaken, and they're not as susceptible to, like, they're more likely to just like falsely kind of shoot down things that challenge those beliefs. Scientists are people. I want to be a reptile. So yeah, it's a very interesting phenomena because the ideals of science aren't actually entirely in line with human nature, I think. And I mean, there is some importance in making sure that we're not swayed by every new finding, and we have a good amount of skepticism to make sure that we're not just like accepting everything as truth. But like, that skepticism needs to be founded in rational thought and thought out, feedback, and thought out, in terms of like the skepticism needs to be something that has thought behind it and also has a theoretical basis behind why you might be skeptical, um, which can be hard, especially if people don't know as much about what you're working on as you do. They will throw any explanation at the board for why you must be wrong, right? Yeah, that's what Tim is saying as well. Is like, as I was saying, like, biology is not a theoretical practice at least where we are. And I don't think anywhere, honestly. It's not inherently theoretical. Like, there's a accepted field called theoretical physics, but there is no accepted theoretical biology. Yeah. Like, biology is always very applied towards solve this system, find new drug, treat this disease, rather than like the exploring the concepts of biology and things like that. So that like kind of broader view is not super appreciated, or like not doesn't have a strong basis in the field. Therefore, it's like harder for us to do research in this way. That is to say, I love what I do. I like love working on essentially what is like theoretical biology. Like, that's my interest. I don't really want to solve for the next drug that can treat cancer. Like, someone else, that's their problem that they love. Like, it's just not for me, right? I want to change how everybody is thinking and communicating about science. Like, that's my goal, right? Like, how do we think about cell types? How do we think about heterogeneity? All those like big things are really where my interest is at. And where our lab's interest is at. Yeah, I mean, UMAP. That's all I have to say about new drug not working is UMAP. But yeah. So we have some really cool stuff and really cool work, but it just makes it really hard in the sense that like our work isn't incredibly valued in our field right now. So we need to we can't just rely on like accolades to make us feel good. Like, we need to fight the good fight without everybody kind of cheering us on, if that makes sense. It's an interesting thing. But yeah, I mean, like, one of the works that we didn't fully finish publishing is already having an impact now, because somebody else published on it low key, and like it is a very important concept and people are realizing it. So like, the work we do is impactful. It just sometimes takes a couple years for people to sit with and think about. Oh, don't worry. I'm salty about that every day, especially when people go, oh, Leo Pachter's work. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Leo Pachter is the guy who published our work. Or like our work was on like online so people could see it, but not officially published because publication's a whole thing and a half. And we kind of got scooped, like half scooped. It's like our fault, but it's also not great. Yeah. No, thank you. It's yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, I mean, it was our fault in the sense that like we're really slow at getting papers out, so we didn't get the paper out before Leo Pachter did, and that's our fucking bad. Yeah, I mean, he cited us, but everybody says like, oh, you mean Leo Pachter's work whenever I talk about like that particular thing. They're like, oh, you mean Leo Pachter? I'm like, if you look at Leo Pachter's paper, he's actually citing us. But this happens to us a lot. So another fun thing is like, Tim was in a class that I'm taking right now, and he did a final project, and the professor gave him an A- in the class because she's like, I don't think your guys' final project is intriguing. So she gave him an A-, and then a year later published a paper on the same fucking topic. With a name also that is very close to the name of our lab, which like, I don't know if that was intentional, but it like it's like our boss's last name, basically. It's like SC and then our boss's last name. So it just was like, okay. Like, okay. It felt a little intentional somehow. But yeah. I love working in science, but we're in an awkward place, certainly. like where our science is at. So it's always going to be a little difficult, like, to deal with, I think. But it's okay. I love what we do. It's just some days it's harder than others to be like, oh my God, I'm winning at science, you know? But yes. Anyways, that's what I work on. That's what's been going on with me and my science. I'm doing other science currently, actually. I'm rotating with a different professor, so I'm working on, like, something totally different. Yeah, I mean, that's the cool part about being here is, like, I love science. I love thinking about science. I love working on biology. Like, this is what I want to do. I also like teaching, which I don't get to do this year, but I will get to do next year, so yeah. No, I mean, I like scientific communication. I like talking about science, like stuff like that is my bread and butter. I love giving poster presentations. It's like actually one of my favorite things because I love just yapping about stuff I've been working on. So it is not a big deal to me. I always like talking. But yeah, it's all good. I mean, I just need to like lock in. I do need to like get more work done on my personal project, but I'm in like a weird field of like not fully knowing if I'm gonna get to do what I was working on. There's a whole weirdness there, but it's okay. It's fine. It'll resolve itself and I will be fine and everything will be fine. Like, I just gotta let it go and keep chugging. So yeah. Speaking of, I'm going to start a work session because I have to email the person I'm going to be rotating, or I should be rotating with next quarter. If I haven't explained what a rotation is, it's like technically where you like go to different labs and figure out where you're going to end up, except everybody knows where I'm going to end up. So I'm just rotating, like where I'm like actually doing work for them, but I'm like, nobody thinks I'm going to stay after. It's like a low impact rotation for them because they don't have to commit to like paying me money or whatever. So I'm going to reach out to the guy who also I wanted to rotate with next quarter because it's a little late and I need to check if he's still okay with it because it's been like a year since I talked to him about it. So I'm hoping it's not a big deal. I'm like anxious about it, but I think it's probably less of a big deal than I'm making it out to be. So that's my goal is I'm going to send out, since I signed up for classes already, I'm going to send out an email to that guy. I'm going to send out an email to a professor for my class, because she hasn't been posting the slides and I need the slides and my disability accommodation says I need the slides so I can do that. And I also need to email the guy for my rotation. So I'll see you guys in 20. As always, if you want to keep chatting, the Twitch chat is there. I will be available via text chat. I might be a little slow because I might be looking at stuff, but you know. Oh my God, I don't have your email, bestie. Send me your email. I'll send you one. Oh, I know exactly what's going to go in that email, actually, to you. DM me your email and I'll send you one as a little treat. Yes. So anyways, we will start a work session. This will be our third Pomo. And I'm going to email a bunch of people. And just so you know, if you want to check, message me. I will still be available in stream chat. I will just not be talking so that we can both lock in. I can lock in. You can lock in. Nobody's talking in your ear while you're trying to work. And yeah, I will see you on the flip side. Okay, that was our work session. Congrats on getting dinner, Bliss. I just finished. So I emailed my rotation advisor for next quarter, which is why I would did a quick because I'm a little nervous about that one. I did also find out that I don't need to email the prof for my 254 class, because I was going to email her to ask her to post the slides, but I didn't want to because I hate doing that. But it turns out that she already did it while I wasn't yesterday or whatever, so I don't have to beg her, which I love. It's okay. I would have done that too. I've been considering that myself, because I'm I've been having a low set of weeks, but also I need to not do that. I do not have a ton of spare money. I just paid off a parking ticket that I got yesterday, so it happens. Fun fact, paying off the parking ticket was still cheaper than paying for all those parking times, so oops. But yeah. So yeah, I had to deal with that, but so I'm trying to be good about not spending too much money. Yeah, it's okay. I'm fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, so I emailed my rotation advisor. I realized I don't need to email the professor, which is why I was really excited. And then I was about to email a professor about enrolling in their class. And then I looked at the name a little closer. I was like, there was a professor that Tim was never enrolled in this guy's class. And so I texted Tim really quick. I was like, hey, what was the name of that guy that you told me to never enroll with ever? And he goes, oh, it's this guy's name. And I was like, okay, so that's the guy I was about to enroll in a class for. So thank you so much for letting me know. And I'm not gonna fucking do that. So that was funny. But yeah, we're not gonna enroll in that class because, oops, that would have been bad. So we're all good. I just thought it was funny. Yeah, he was he was telling me about this professor who gives unsolvable homework. Homework that has theoretical problems that cannot be solved in graduate level work, which fuck you for that. And so I was just thinking, I was like, this guy's name sounds like that. And so I checked before I sent off the email being like, hey, can I please enroll in this class? Because I was like, that'd be really embarrassing if I sent this email and it was like, oopsies, never mind, oopsies. So I checked and he was like, no, that's the guy. And I was like, oh, fuck. So good news is I just enrolled in a different class that I thought sounded more interesting, and it's not on my major, but instead of sending out that email to that other professor the evil one, I sent an email to our department advisor and was like, hey, so can I please take this class for credit? How flexible are we? I was like, hey, I know you're working on this other thing for me, but how flexible are we on taking classes outside of our major, because all of our major classes sound boring and I want to take this one instead. The hamster meme with the big eyes. The worst part is he's doing our department advisor right now is in the middle of dealing with something for me, related to some other stuff that I can talk about. So I just felt really bad because I was I said in the email, I'm like, hey, I'm so sorry. I know you're dealing with this other thing for me because I needed to start a fight about something, but can I also do this other thing? I feel so bad for Gene. He's such a good guy. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, bro. I need to ask for a lot here. He's the best. He's actually such a fucking homie. So I'm sure he'll be fine with it. But TLDR, I'm dealing with some stuff related to my disability accommodations. So basically what's going on is one of my classes is refusing to follow my disability accommodations for reasons that are unknown to everybody, because they're doing it in such a way that they're following my disability accommodations but not allowing me to explicitly use mine. So it's very odd and very confusing, and none of us really know why they're doing it. So last Friday was a test, and hi Ray, welcome in. Last Friday was a test, and I was supposed to see thank you for the resub.
Subscription received. Class
and
2
the
access
20
granted.
months. Holy fucking shit. Time isn't fake. I don't like it here. Yeah, so basically they're not following my disability accommodation because they hate me. I know. I don't know why. Nobody knows why. Not even God. Like my actual advisor and I were talking about it. Like my PI and I were like, we have no idea why they're choosing to be like this. So last Friday was a test and they failed the test because they refused to let me use my accommodation. So they failed the fucking test. And so I sent off an email straight to the advisor and was like, hey, just letting you know, they didn't let me use my accommodation today, blah, blah, blah. And now they're getting in trouble. So it's for the class that I don't even like. It's for that like AI slop fest. So like I don't really feel bad about it. It's not ideal, certainly. Like I would prefer to not start a fight. I know that's a controversial take from me, myself, but like I'd really prefer not to start a fight with somebody that I have to continue taking classes with. Like that's not exactly what I want to do here. But unfortunately, I don't get a choice, so yeah, like quite frankly, my disability accommodations are not optional. That's actually, fun fact, illegal, like a little bit. So they don't get to pick and choose when to accommodate my disability because I have like accommodations through the school and I have a disability. Like they can't choose when to accommodate me. That's just not how that works, quite frankly. As somebody who teaches and frequently deals with disability accommodations, it is in fact not fucking how that works. So as a result, I am having to, while dealing with like the burden of like having an increased pain burden this quarter and just being in a lot more pain than usual. So I've been dealing with that at the same time that I'm dealing with like having to start fights about getting disability accommodations for my autism. So like I'm dealing with a lot of physical pain at the same time that I'm like having to fight about like my other disability accommodations, like for my sensory issues and autism. Yeah, it's really frustrating. I'm gonna be honest. Like it makes me feel really insecure in a lot of ways because like these are people who are grading me, and so I'm like, oh my god, are they gonna like? There was this like doubt I had earlier in the quarter when I was in like a slightly worse place because I am a little more susceptible to thoughts that don't make sense when I'm not feeling good. And I had this thought of like, oh my god, like what if they think differently of me? Like what if they hate me? What if they grade me differently? And I was like, that's just discrimination. Like I'm now worried about discrimination in a program at a very like well-accredited university that cares about like, you know, disability access and, you know, inclusivity access, and like that's something they care about a lot. And I'm at like so I'm not like at some Hicktown university that's like, oh, disabilities, smissability, walk up that fucking hill. Like nothing like that, right? Yeah, it's a little sad. It's like, and the funniest part about it is like the thing that they're refusing to let me do is so trivial. It's like to the point where like, okay, let me just like fully describe it. I have a note taker that I use and it's allowed. I'm allowed it by the school. And what happens is I take audio recordings of class and it digitally transcribes it using AI. This is a use of AI that I approve of because it's non-generative. It is like quite literally just an assistive tool, right? And this tool replaces all the note takers at my school, so they don't hire note takers anymore. And so I have to record classes and I upload it to this thing and it takes a transcription of that class. When that comes to online classes, what happens is the AI note taker joins like a student and then records the class and transcribes it in real time. Because it's a real-time transcription service. So like theoretically, if I was hard of hearing, I would also be able to like read the transcriptions as they were going, kind of like live closed captioning, except they're retained and the audio is retained after. For these online classes, this is like because I have trouble taking notes and because I have trouble taking notes and paying attention at the same time. And also because some days I just will not be able to focus because I have really intense sensory issues or other problems that impede my ability to like pay attention the first time something is said, right? So these are allowed accommodations by the school. I'm allowed to have these. I'm allowed to have these. Let's further emphasize that I'm allowed to have these. And basically, what keeps happening is they are not allowing my AI note taker to join class because they cited privacy concerns about like recording in Zoom. However, whenever somebody starts recording in Zoom, it notifies everybody in the class and they have to confirm or they have to leave the call. That's one thing. Two, they are themselves recording classes. So they are starting a recording of the class and then being like, oh, but you can't use your AI note taker because we have concerns about class being recorded. And I was like, is that not the same fucking thing? Because like people have already consented to being recorded for your recording of class. Like that is in fact how that fucking works. And then, but they won't let me like add my AI note taker to class. And like why they will record class but then state that I cannot record class despite the fact that a recording is already being retained and posted is very unclear to me, and is very unclear to pretty much everybody else I've talked to this about. Like my boss is like, what the fuck? And he literally said to me yesterday, he's like, that's just discrimination. I'm going to be so real with you. And I was like, I didn't want to say it that far, but yeah, it kind of is. So yeah, like it, because it's like, to be fair, I love recordings of class. I love it when people record classes. I love having video recordings of classes because then I don't have to sit there and try to piece together what time each audio cue happens with what slide or what writing, right? Like that is my preferred way. I love audio recordings or like video recordings over audio recordings. Don't get me wrong. It's just the fact that they are stating that their concern is privacy with my recording technology, but then they themselves are also recording. Doesn't make any sense. But also like just on like a really real note, like when you are teaching a class, this is your responsibility, is to like deal with this kind of thing and like make sure your speakers are okay with being recorded. That's just the responsibility that comes with teaching a course at a university with accessibility like accommodations, which I think most of them have it. So it's not something special and new. Yeah, so don't worry. So basically on Friday, what happened is they did it to me again, and that was their test, and they failed by doing it to me again. And so I emailed my department advisor, who agrees with me. He's like the guy who does like our advising, and he's like, oh, that's fucking stupid. He's like, I've worked so much with accommodations. It's really not a big deal. They should not be doing this to you. And he's like, I would like to see what happens one more time to see if they like pick their head out of the sand and like figure out how to deal with it. Let's give them one more chance and see how they behave. And so that's what happened last Friday, and they fucked up. So because of that, we're now looping in the head of the department and also some other office that has a name that I don't know about. Let me see what it means. Let me see the abbreviation. I don't know what this office is actually. Huh. Okay. He said IOR. That's why I was confused. Let me check. It might be a legal office, I'm gonna be honest. He said Grace and the IOR. But yeah, so IOR looks like it's the importer of record, but I don't know if that's what actually he meant. That doesn't make any sense. But he is getting another office like looped in basically. And I have a feeling it's going to have to be like a legal office at a certain point because this is legal related now. But yeah, so I didn't really want to have to do this. And that's the thing is like, I feel like there's so many other things right now that are like eating my emotional energy that aren't doing my schoolwork, which is like fine. It just happens. But like it's been frustrating because sometimes I just want to get stuff done and I'm having to like fight for my disability accommodations and deal with having a disability at the same time and like all this other stuff and complicated feelings about that. So that's why we're doing some work today. I'm happy about what I've been able to get done. There we go. So now I just have to email my surgery scheduler because some stuff has happened and then deal with some other things. But we're getting closer to being able to like do other things. The thing that sucks about productivity also is like I'm being productive, but I still didn't work on the thing I wanted to work on. But I'm still also like getting stuff done. Like this is all stuff that needed to happen that I just was ignoring. So like I'm still getting stuff done. It's just not exactly what I thought I was going to get done during this time. But that's okay. You know, sometimes that's productivity is getting the things out of the way that were bothering you so that you couldn't do work otherwise. These were all things that were important. I did need to enroll in class and stuff. It just wasn't exactly what I thought I would spend today doing. So we'll see. But yeah. Let me... Okay, I'm gonna do the surgery email during our next work block, and then I'm going to actually legit start on my homework for this other class. For realsies. It's open on my other computer. It's like literally right here. I just have not started it yet. So it's okay. We will actually work on it after this. Yeah, it just sucks because I've been spending like hours of stream. We've been live for 2 hours and I have not started my like the homework yet, but I'm doing other stuff that was like very important. So, you know, that's fine. Sometimes it's like that. Okay. Let me start our next work block. As always, if you are new here, if you haven't heard me say this before, I will say this again explicitly. I personally don't like being talked at when I'm doing work, therefore I will not do that to you either. So during our work blocks, I will not be talking. I'll be available via the stream chat, but I will not be talking out loud. And stream chat delays, or like I will be slow at responding to that as well. Hi! How are you? How was your stream? I saw you went live and oh, are you still live? Okay, wait. Have you guys seen... Bubs is still live. Okay, cool. You should totally. So real. I'm gonna pre-shout. I'm gonna shout you out anyways. This is Bubs. They do amazing co-working streams. They're much better at staying active and working than I am. So I would highly recommend if you need to get stuff done. They stream very frequently for co-working and fantastic vibes. Highly recommend. So go give them a check out if you haven't before. But yeah, that is them. But yes, so we are working on we're gonna go back into our work block. But yeah, I will shut up so that I am not bothering you guys. And yeah. It's been good today. It's been really good. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's been good. I'm getting some stuff done. I enrolled in some classes, so I didn't like super duper win today. I still have more, like I have stats homework up in here that I need to do, but okay. One thing at a time. I at least found classes to enroll in. That's a win in my book. Oh, perf. Okay. See exactly why I have the captions. But yes. But yeah, no, I'm glad you got access to the emotes. Someone gifted you a sub and I was like, oh my god, they're gonna get the emotes. So I'm really excited about that. I have some really good bangers in there. There's some very useful ones, such as the one where I look really dead and tired. I think that's one of the heavily used ones. But yeah, so I think we're gonna get started on another work block. And in this work block, my plan is to do my email, And then start on my stats homework. Look at my stats homework. It's here. You can't see it, thankfully. It's ugly. You don't want to see it. But that is the hope, is that we'll make some progress on my stats homework. Because I didn't tell you guys, or I told you, I might have told some of you guys. Yeah, it's bad. I'm not good at this class. I'm not winning. But the last time I put off this homework and did it 6 hours, or like, yeah, I had 6 hours to do it before it was like due. And it's in a programming language that I don't know. I would never recommend doing that. I told my friends, I said, do not let me do that again. That was the worst idea I've ever had. Well, I did get it done on time. I was stressed every single second of the way. So I'm like trying to start early because it's due on Friday. And so this isn't 6 hours before. So I consider this an absolute fucking win right now. So anyways, guys, don't do your stats homework 6 hours before it's due. That's why I'm here. To tell you not to do that. It was not worth anything. While I appreciate knowing that I'm a strong character and can do it, I don't think anyone should have done what I did. It was the dumbest fucking idea I've ever had. So anyways, I'm going to start working so that we don't start my stats homework 6 hours before it's due. I will see you guys on the flip side. No, don't do that. That's why I'm here. Don't do that. I will see you guys on the flip side. Remember, I will chat via text, but not via Yap. Okay, I'm glad I looked at that a little earlier. Oh dear. Oh, that is a question you can ask me how to do. I'm so screwed. Oh man. This professor like asks for like proofs and I don't get it. I don't. I wish. It looks, how do I, wait, I can just show you this. You guys aren't ready. Keep in mind that I'm not very good with math notations. That's like 99% of this issue, right? Like I've learned my math very informally. So this is like a skill issue on my part, to be clear. But also this professor loves her notation. So it's just like we have very incompatible views on like the necessity of notation for math. But like, look, it's so much. There's no reason you should have 3 of these. For what purpose do we have 3 discrete sums? It's so ugly. I'm gonna cry. No, I'm not. Yeah, so if anybody like is wondering, I don't know what this says. It'll take me a little while to like. It's good I started on Tuesday and not 6. I know it's Jensen's inequality. Is this Jensen's inequality? No, Jensen's inequality is later. Jensen's inequality is for the EM algorithm, which is also on this homework. Oh, no. Then if it is EM maximization, then it is Jensen's inequality. Those are the two. Those are related topics. Yeah. You use Jensen's inequality and EM maximization. How you do that? Don't worry, I do not know. I just know that those two things are introduced in the same lecture at some point. Oh dear. Okay, it's a good thing I started early. Oh, it's a good thing I started early. No, I can't read the assignment, so I think I should maybe not do that. Unless you know how to explain it to me. Like, there's parts of this assignment that are very doable, and then there's parts of this assignment that I look at and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh my dear lord. I'm currently setting up the RStudio workbook so that I can work on it. Like, I'm just putting the correct number of problems in place, and then I think we're gonna work head to tail. I think that this one on are all handwritten. These are all proofs. So I think I'm talking like you can see my screen still. You can't. But like, out of 7 problems, the first 4 are computerized and the latter half are all written. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on the ones that are on the computer. And I don't know about the other ones. I'll cry probably a few times, maybe a lot. I don't quite know. I'm a little concerned about this, but I can't do anything. I just need to like pass this class, dude. Like, the thing is, like, it's just so much notation. And like, I'm very bogged down by notation, so I just look at it and then I have like a math stroke. So it's fine, you know, we're gonna get through this. But like, it's maybe a very good fucking idea that I finished. It started this not 6 hours before it's due. Guys, I feel victimized by this. I feel victimized. I feel like especially victimized by this right now. Oh, there's a roast happening in chat and I'm not even a part of it. I mean, you know. Okay, we gotta get back to work. Let's do it. See you shotties on the other end. Okay. That is the end of another work session. Let me get the homo going for our break. Ooh, I'm starting my homework. I'm like confused because the prompting she gave for the question directly contradicts itself in some ways, because she like offers a thing that you can like use to do the thing, but then also it doesn't work with another thing that she said we have to use, so I don't quite understand what she means by it, to be honest. I might just do it by hand instead of using the built-in, but we'll see. Basically, TLDR, she like gives us a built-in function that we can use, but she wants us to use a specific distance metric, and I don't know if that distance metric works with the built-in function. So like, if it doesn't, then I can't use the built-in, I have to write it by hand, which I can do. I'd prefer not to. I can do it. It feels a little bit like reinventing the wheel, but like, if I can't do it any other way, I can't do it any other way. I don't know. I'm like looking to make sure I'm like not misunderstanding something here. Yeah, I don't think any of these... Hi, Dimension! Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I'm currently... Oh, Shoddy, no. I have nightmares about redefining functions that already... or like data types that already existed in C and redefining them for homework. I have like war flashbacks to when I had to rewrite like a stacked heap and like a safe deck, which was like a deck with extra features, and you had to like manage the pointers on your own. I have nightmares about that shit, bro. Like I can't. I literally can't. Like, this is much less complicated than that. Again, it's a built-in function, and she told us to use the built-in function, which would be really good and helpful, except the distance metric that she wants us to use isn't in the built-in function, like isn't an option, and I don't think it allows me to provide a custom distance metric, which like some Python functions do, but unfortunately I'm in R, so I get to die, I guess. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do, and I should ask her, but it's a little humiliating if I've not started the homework this late. To be fair, this is earlier than I started last time, like, let's be clear. But I'm a little shy to be like, hey, Shati, what do you mean by this? Given that, like, I theoretically should have started this a little earlier. Oh, dear Lord.
Raiders detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Hi! Welcome in! Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm not doing the pointer math. No, I'll cry. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome in. I had an intuition Bubs was ending soon. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me shout out. Thank you. My lovely mod has it handled. Hi, I'm Hannah. I do... Welcome in, yes. Welcome in, Raiders. I do co-working sometimes, but I also do gaming on the weekends. I'm currently a PhD student in computational biology, so I'm working on some homework and some projects that are due soon. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you, Steph Score and Omnom for the follows. But thank you guys all for being here. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you got some stuff done in Bubs' stream. How was it? How did everything go? Did you fulfill all of your dreams? Finish all your homework? Never all the homework that you'll never have to do ever again? But yeah, I'm currently thank you. I do computational biology at I can dox myself, but yeah, I'm in a computational biology PhD program. Oh, congrats! I'm so glad you finished. What is PM? I was looking at your task list earlier and I was trying to figure out what PM was, but I do want to know. Pharmacological medicine? That's the only thing that comes to mind. That is my break timer, but preventative medicine, that's so much cooler. I wish I could be taking more medical classes right now. I'm kind of in math class hell. We're gonna take a little longer on the break so I can say hi to you guys, and also because breaks are flexible for me. I have like a short attention span, so we just kind of do whatever. As long as we're getting things done, that's kind of my goal. Preventative medicine is a very, very interesting field. I'm surprised they have programs for that. Oh, don't. Oh, my hair is red. So like I told my hairstylist I wanted red instead of purple. Hello, welcome in. I wanted red instead of purple, but then I turned into like I meant like a deep cherry red, and I didn't specify because I was kind of brain off. And so I look kind of like Shadow the Hedgehog. Hold on, let me pull up this side by side. We'll put away my homework for a second. You guys can see that again in a moment. Tell me that So I think I messed up my soup. I think I fucked up my soup. I told her like red, and I meant like a deep red, like a maroon. And instead I look like Shadow the Hedgehog. So I walked into my class this week and I did get stared at a little bit. But you know what? Like, I'm giving Ronald McDonald but cunt, Shadow the Hedgehog but cunt, you know? So like that's the most important part. But but like every time I look at Shadow the Hedgehog, I can't help but think about like the Snap Cube dub. I have not found the Chaos Emeralds. All I found was more stats homework, I'm gonna be honest. Is the Chaos Emerald somewhere in my proof? I don't know. You're in an MPH. Okay, that makes sense. Hello. Black Widow costume when? You see, you guys, I'm just ready for my cosplay comeback. I did used to get from people that I look like Scarlett Johansson. I think they're blind, but I did get that a lot. In high school. I think it was just because my hair was red, like traditionally. Thank you for the follow, Leah. Welcome in.
Thank you for following.
I was gonna show you guys the thing I was in the middle of staring at. My chat saw it already, but I'm currently working on some stats homework, and I was trying to, okay, TLDR. I started, the last time I did the stats homework for this class, this is the second homework assignment in the entire quarter, and it's already like week 8. I don't know why there's only 2, but she just decided not to have more. And the last time we had a homework assignment, I put it off until like literally, I want to say like 6 hours before it was due. Fun note, don't do that. Never do that. I don't agree with it. I don't think I should have done it. You shouldn't do it either. Don't do that. And so I did that, and I highly regretted it. And so I'm trying to start early this time, and I don't know if I'm winning. Oh my god. Hold on, my stream elements is freaking itself out. Yes, computational biology. I actually really like computational biology. I get to do all the fun stuff. So I get to do like coding, but I get to like do it with biological data and other things like that. So I get to have the best of both worlds, because I'm not like mathy and coding brained enough to do like software, but I'm a little too coding pilled to only do biology. So we do both. Ignore the machine learning part. Just because I'm in that machine learning class doesn't mean I want to be doing it. I just have to. I don't get a choice. So I, for my research, primarily code in Python. But for my class right now, I'm doing R for the first time ever. And I hate it. I don't like R. But my primary language is Python. It's very good for the kind of data science that I'm doing in terms of like, because I work with biological data, there's a lot of packages that are built out for Python. So that's what makes it good. But I don't like R. I'm doing R right now. R is kind of booty cheeks. Like, I would like to be better at C because for the kind of problems that we work on, Python can get really slow and bogged down because we work on large data. So like some of my code, if it's really spaghetti, if it's having a spaghetti moment, will sometimes take up to like days on weeks to run, depending on what I'm doing. But I'm very bad at C++. Like I'm working on it, but I'm not winning. Like it is not my specialty at all. So we'll see. I love Python. I'm Python pilled. Yap and add screen break before class. See, you get it. You get it. Dimension, you're gonna get yourself a straight ticket to a timeout in a timeout corner in this chat. I have nightmares about pointers in C in that class that I took and the safe decks and like flipping pointers. I was like that meme with like the whiteboard behind you. It was so
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the
See, that's what I'm doing
drones?
right now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Please, not the segmentation fault. But yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm just glad I got to catch a little bit of you. I was like peeking in while I was doing other stuff. But I've been like so not on the grind set that I have not been winning. So I need to stop by yours more often to get more stuff done for sure. I was like very clocked out for a number of weeks because of everything. It's been a very hard time to get things done. Especially because I'm from LA, so my university almost caught on fire for like a minute. So, you know, it kind of impacted our ability to do class when you could see like fire on the horizon. You could actually see it from our building too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in LA. And I'm from a university that almost caught on fire, if that helps. My university was very close to the Palisades fire, and there's only, I think, one that was like that. I'm not that careful about doxing myself, but yeah, that should tell pretty much everybody who lives in LA about where I am. I was safe from the fires, but my university certainly wasn't. It's not on fire. It didn't burn, but it did get evacuated. Yeah, I think that might be the case. I went to undergrad there as well. So I went to undergrad and then came back for a second helping because, I don't know, because I wanted to go back for computational biology. But yeah, if it's where I'm thinking, we might have gone to the same school. But yeah, I still go there. But yeah, like it's been an interesting quarter to be at that in this location at these times. Oh, okay. I know exactly where you are. That's so funny. I have a ton of friends who are over there, actually. One of the people who was in my chat before goes there as well. Yeah, okay. I know exactly where you're at. Got it. My old roommate also goes there for grad school. So I have like a few friends. Everyone kind of seems to like hop back and forth. I think it's kind of funny. Nobody takes the rivalry that serious other than like the people who like to graffiti stuff during football week. Not that we're any good at football, but you know. But yeah. Anyways, I'm just working on projects. Oh my god, do you guys want to see what I'm working on really quick before we go back to working? I know that we've been yapping a bit. I needed a break from trauma. It's the school to school pipeline where I couldn't figure out what else I wanted to do, so I went back. So I have homework for my stats class, and I looked at this and I was like, I'm gonna cry. Yes, of course. I will be more than happy to yap about that, especially considering we have the same alma mater. I wish I did monologues at the gates of the rival school. This is the homework I'm working on right now. I saw this and I like almost cried. I definitely don't really know what's going on, but we ball. Yeah, the stacked summations. I was like, how many sums do we need at this point? That is so real. Yeah, so this is where we're at. I don't know what this means. It's due on Friday, so I'll figure it out by Friday, I think. Yeah, I'm not so good with proofs, I'm gonna be honest. For somebody who does like high level math.
We are being followed.
Thank you for
Shall
the
I
follow,
dispatch the
Glamour
welcoming
Babby.
drones?
Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, so for somebody who does math I really can't read math notation. I've managed to do this cool thing where I dodged it by taking a class at my university that doesn't really do math notation, but still learning math. Girl Queen, I never, oh, you're so right. Thank you. It's a proof. That's the worst part. It's a proof, so it's like a long answer justification. Yeah, so I've never learned sequences in series. I avoided it somehow. It's kind of funny. So yeah, I'm a little hosed, but it's fine. It's for like, this is all for biological stuff. Proof by trust me. The last week, it was perfect because it was Bayes' theorem. And I was like, I can look that up. I can Google how to do Bayes' theorem. I can't Google whatever the fuck prompt this is. Like, I don't know what this is. And the last 3 questions are all like that. So the last one is, it's prove, oh, what is it? It says, justification of k-means, hand practice hierarchical, which I do know how to do, and then EM algorithm for the Gaussian mixture model, which I all don't know how to do. So I'll be sobbing a little bit. Yeah, so just before I do need to get, we do need to have a work block. I'm just a yapper, so you'll catch me if you ask me too much. But I have strong feelings on the way that we teach math in college, and the way we handle it. So you are speaking to the right person. I don't like how math is taught in most cases. Like, I am a strong advocate for teaching math in an alternative way, which that my university does, but especially for people in the biosciences. But now that I'm like having to read real math notation, my brain is a little mushy. Like, I just don't know how to read it. I'm like, well, at least this time I started early. Last time I started 6 hours before it's due. This time it's due on Friday. So I have a couple days. So we're just gonna keep plugging. Okay. Speaking of plugin, I'm going to start our POMO. I run a pretty generous POMO split here. It's like, they're like short. Just so that like, I find that if they're like too long and I don't like take the short break in between, I get too distracted. So a POMO, no you. But yes, we'll do a quick POMO. For some reason, this thing requires me to do this after a little bit. It gets a little confused about how far we are. Yeah, it should be 5. Okay. And then, okay, the way this is gonna work, it'll only be a 20-minute POMO and then 5 minutes off. 5 minutes sometimes turns into longer if I start yapping, but don't worry about that. It's fine. Everything's fine. No, why? We gotta get things done. It's still a co-working stream, you know, like things I have to do. I think no you is funnier. Pomo, no you. It's the your mom joke of Pomodoro timers. Oh yeah, no, I didn't take calc in undergrad. I dodged it with this cool thing called not doing that. I found a way around it from my university. But yeah, so I'm gonna start a Pomo timer. The way it's gonna work is the way it'll work is I'm gonna shut the fuck up for like 20 minutes because I'm really bad if like people talk in my ears while I'm working. So I assume the same for you guys. And then I will be back and we'll take a break. Yap then, rinse and repeat. But it'll be like, I'll be available via text. I just won't be like talking out loud because if I try to work and people talk in my ears, I like lose it slowly. So I assume most people who come here are about the same. Okay, I will see you guys on the flip side. If you want to say anything, I am still available via text chat. I just might be a little bit slow if I'm looking at something else. Okay.
Thank you for following.
Okay, that is the end of our first very quick 20-minute Homo session. I hope you guys were able to get a little bit done. I know I was. I have a preliminary version of my distance matrix code for this problem written, so I was able to get a little bit done at least. Okay, yeah. It's like miscounting my timer, my like Pomodoro dots. We had a lot more. I feel like we've been robbed a few of them. But I hope you guys were able to get a little bit done. Yeah. I'm just trying to teach myself how to do stuff in R right now. There's probably a built-in function that does what I'm trying to do, but I don't know what it is, so I'm stuck doing it the hard way, which I guess I can do it at least. Oh yeah, you'll have to do done and then the full name. It's a little silly like that. But if you need help figuring out what you had typed, I can also send you exactly what you had typed in your chat history. There you go. Perfect. Congrats on finishing your stuff. That's very exciting. Any productivity is good productivity. You guys missed the era of today's stream in which my productivity was all sending emails. I had like 50 emails to send. I'm just kidding, it was like 5. See an R down. I don't want to be good at R. I like refuse to be good at R. It is just not my cup of tea. Like I just do it because I have to for this class. Because they want us to use Seurat for the final project. For those of you who do any kind of data stuff in the biological sciences, you probably know what Seurat is. But I would rather use the Seurat package in Python if it was up to me. But I looked at the project document today because we finally got notice on what our final project is going to be, and it does not appear that it is up to me. I don't think I get to pick. I have to use the built-in like the Seurat package in R. So we ball. I just gotta get through it. Even if the indexing starts at 1 and it makes me want to tear my skin off a little bit. There's some silly things where I'm like, oh, how do I define a vector? How do I do this? How do I do that? How do I define a zero matrix? Like stuff that's like basic that I just don't know how to do in this. That sometimes takes a little bit longer than you would hope. I got You only have one more language to learn if you want to get it. Why do they call it a Jupiter? Oh, shit, you're right. Are you telling me I need to learn Julia? Is that the Jew? The Jew in Jupiter is Julia? I am exceptionally non-Julia pilled. Like, okay. Julia's very useful for a lot of things. Especially, like, compared to the memory constraints of Python, Jupiter has a lot of benefits. Julia has a lot of benefits, but like, I'm not sold on it yet. Our boss actually knows the people who do Julia, and so he was like super Julia pilled for a little bit, and I cannot. There's somebody else in this chat who I think is still here, who keeps on telling me he's gonna get a Julia tattoo someday, but then he's like, but that's a woman's name. I keep on telling him, please don't tattoo programming languages onto your body, because what if it turns into the new Perl? Like, imagine being like 60 years old and you have Perl or like Fortran tattooed on yourself. Here's the thing. I know a lot of MATLAB apologists, because I am currently in a lab that does image processing. I mean, it's work. I think his fear, is that if he were to have a partner, that it would look like he had somebody else's name tattooed on him rather than a programming language. Really, I think you might be the only person who thinks Perl is cool. And Fortran. It's just like... I feel like that's a very uncommon opinion. I wish Julia the programming language. I'm never gonna learn. Are you talking about Cobalt? If I learned how to do Cobalt, then I would be able to save like half of the banking industry here. You can hate it, even if you met the person who invented it. I've met plenty of people who invented scientific things that I dislike. We know the guy who made the hist tag, and I dislike him. It's fine. The hist tag is very important to science, and I can still dislike the man who made it. Like, that's not a problem. But yes, I wish I had a MATLAB support group. Is it though? Is it really different? I had to use it for image processing. So I have a lab, just really quickly. There's a lab I work in that does image processing for like microscope images. I'm rotating with them right now. And they like, he was trying to prove me something. Like he was trying to prove it to me really quickly. And so he's like, oh, I'll just like open MATLAB, and then showed me SVD in MATLAB. And I was like, I was like, I don't want to look at this. Close the MATLAB, please. Yeah, no, image processing in MATLAB like makes sense. I think signal processing does not make sense. I also didn't retain anything from my image processing class. Like the professor is the guy I'm working with right now. He was my professor for that class, and he was so cool and so nice. But he was not good at explaining certain things, and so like he's like fast Fourier transform or like Fourier transform, and then you do the Laplacian of the, and I was like, oh, it's witchcraft again. It's more math witchcraft that I will never understand. I cannot believe you learned COBOL in college. I could not. I would not be able to. I learned C, and that I'm traumatized. Laplacian does sound like witchcraft. See? French people are witchcraft. Is Laplacian French? That's the last thing I'm going to check. This is the last thing we're going to Google before we actually start. Is Laplacian... Ah, yeah, it's because he's French. Exactly. It's named after the French mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace. Ew. Gross. I knew it. I knew it was... That's why it sounded like witchcraft. I'm just kidding. I hope you know I say this as somebody who, like, is very open to witchcraft. Okay. Let's get working. No. Oh, you do. Maybe? I'm so sorry. My snake, like, suddenly is, like, moving around a lot. And I just got jump scared by, like, the body of my snake moving around in his cage. His name's Oolong. He's very cute. He's just taking a little trip around the cage right now. Yeah, thanks for catching her up. That's very helpful. I very much appreciate it. Yeah. It's like PEMDAS for witchcraft or whatever, you know? something substitution, systems of equations or something. I teach math at a college level. Oh my god, I make algebra mistakes while teaching math at a college level. Do you guys ever think about that? It's embarrassing. Being me is sometimes very embarrassing. Okay, we're gonna start working again. Don't even get me started. When you said transpose and my brain just thought about matrix transposing, and I'll think about that over the weekend. I need to fix some stuff in a matrix and I don't want to do it, so that's a problem for this weekend. After this homework is due. Okay, we're gonna do another Pomo session. This is my PTSD right now. You have no idea. I can tell you all about what's going on with that later. Okay, I'm gonna start a Pomo section. We are. But yeah, so the Pomo, as I said, I repeat this every time just in case anybody's new. It'll be 20 minutes on, 5 minutes off. I shut up during the 20 minutes so that you can focus, I can focus, we all can focus. I will be around in stream chat, like typing. I just won't be yapping out loud. Because personally, when people talk to me when I'm trying to get work done, it like drives me into a panic attack. So I'm gonna assume that you guys are the same. Yay! Welcome back. I hope you have done your streamer aftercare. Oh, she's going to lecture. She's so brave. I don't have any lectures today. That's why I'm here. That's so brave of you to stream before lecture. I would be too tired. You are a stronger human being than I am by far. But yeah, I couldn't. Okay. One more time. See you guys in 20. Good luck. Godspeed. Get many things done. Okay. That is the end of another short and sweet Homo. I hope you were able to get some stuff done. I, surprisingly, actually was. If you saw me praying to the code gods, you can see a little bit here, but my clustering algorithm I got working, so I'm very happy about that because the following questions all require this to work, so I needed to do that part first. The rest of it is like do this, then do the same thing again. So it's like make a little modification to the data and then try it again. So like it's good that I have the base working. It gives me hope that I will still finish this assignment on time because I'm a little concerned about some of the later prompts on the later questions because some of them are like do a mathematical proof by hand and I'm like I don't know how to. So I can get more of the stuff I'm slightly more comfortable with, like the coding stuff, done early. That means I have more time to sweat over the proofs later. I don't know how you consistently pull them out. How do you do those so fast? And they're all always so painful. Like consistency. Oh my lord. Yeah, it's like so I needed this clustering thing to work for me to do the next questions. It's like normalize the data, then do it again. It's like so I'm gonna try to do like my goal. I don't know if I'm gonna do all of it during this work session, but my goal is to get all of the coding parts done, and I'll write the interpretation when the brain cells return to me on a different day of this week. But if I can write the code that works so I can stare at the graphs later, that's still a dub in my book. But I'm thinking I maybe need to throw in on my calendar some more time for me to work on this tomorrow so that I don't try to do all of it on every bit of it on Thursday during the co-working stream I was planning on doing then. Because I'm planning on co-working on Thursday as well because I wanted to make more progress and also because I'm not going in that day. That's so real of you. I think it's better that I don't ever open Mario Kart. I don't think I have the strength of character for such a thing. Just run how to run a brain cell in our studio. I wish. But if the brain cells existed, they wouldn't be in our studio. They'd be somewhere else, I fear. I am an avid RStudio hater. I'm so sorry if you were an RStudio apologist in this house. I don't like R. I don't like it. I'm upset about it. Why are there 2 assignment operators? What's the difference? Why are there 2 of them? What's the difference between the arrow and the equal sign? Why does indexing start at 1? I'm so good. Don't worry about me. Thank you. Kane, we don't even have Mario Kart. What's my favorite text editor? Bro, somebody else in my lab uses Vim. Someone in my lab uses Vim. Okay, well, fuck me then. I don't know, Kane. Sheesh. Someone in my lab uses Vim as their text editor. It is not me or Tim. Someone in our lab uses Vim, and I was like, excuse me. And it's not our boss either. I was like, why do you use Vim? Do you hate yourself? I use TextEdit. I literally just use TextEdit. And if I use any other app, because of the way that we run code remotely, I usually write code and then just manually turn it into a .py file and then reopen it in Xcode. Because Xcode can't make .py files manually on its own for some reason. Unless it can, and I'm really stupid and someone can correct me on this, but I've not been able to figure out how to make it make .py files by itself for some reason. I'm like, shoddy, just throw the extension on, it's fine. Because I'm not even using, I use Xcode as a fancy text editor. I don't use it to run anything because I run everything command line, so Xcode is just a text editor to me. I've used Vim one time because we had to in a class where we were learning how to do things on the command line for C++. Or it was the Linux unit in my C++ class, and I've never used Vim since. You know, there's a lot of things about myself that I consider character flaws, and I consider a character strength of mine to be not using Vim. Like, having the self-respect to not subject myself to using Vim, I think is the strength of character. Yeah, I could never. I don't know how she does it. No, I just think of the horrible text editor that I hate and have personal vendetta with for no reason. Why? It's just so clunky. The main point of a text editor is to be functional. I think Vim fails at such a thing. I need to go in and find whoever programmed this bot because it consistently steals 2 Pomodoros away after like the first and second iteration. And either I need to go recode it myself, which I'm not that good at, but I think I could figure it out, or I need to just go back to the creator to figure out why it does this every time. Improved in massive air quotes. Improved. Like I have the self-respect to not open Vim. There's many things wrong with myself, but a good thing is that I don't use Vim. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's see. I think I had the impression that I wanted to do something, but I think that has fallen directly out of my head. I want to tie up my hair. C++ is better than native C, but that's a separate. You mean that's not C postfix? C postfix? God. The prefix and postfix in C, I've never fucking understood. I spent an entire quarter trying to figure out what the point of it was, and I didn't. I'm simply too stupid, I think. Exactly. I think I can tie my hair up. I'm trying to decide if I should tie my hair up or not. Stop. I don't understand what it means. I get it, but like I don't get it. Like I looked it up so many times and I still don't know the situation in which I should use one versus the other. There's like a very similar thing. For those of you who don't know, I minored in Korean. There's a very similar thing in Korean where like, not similar in like a actual way, but similar in the like, I never really know the difference kind of way. And I just need clear boundaries. When do I use one versus the other? Someone tell me. Okay. Oh, we are not in the same album in the slightest. Where did we end up, shawties? We're in like a different album than I started us in. There we go. We're back in the winter chill hop mix that we were supposed to be in before it decided to choose where we were going instead. Okay. We're gonna do another Pomo. Here's the fun part about... Please. Here's the fun part about Pomos here is, I don't know how long I'm gonna do him. It's always just like however much I feel like until I've decided that I can't do it anymore. And today I'm feeling surprisingly spry. I think starting stream an hour late so that I could like take a painkiller or 3 was a good idea. So I'm cooking. Like I enrolled in classes, I emailed professors, I wrote an R. Okay, hold on. Give me one moment. I'm not fully leaving. I'm just gonna abandon my chair for like 2 seconds so that I can tie up my hair because it's starting to like get to the point where you know that thing where like your hair is like rubbing on you and you're like, I need to get it off. I'm totally neurotypical. Don't worry about me. I got a hair clip. I came back with a hair clip. Okay. Again, how do you do so many of these? I'm like shocked. Your mind is powerful, but like I feel like you should apply it to other things. Your mind is so powerful, but we should redirect the energy for good and not evil. Okay, at least this makes me look like less like Shadow the Hedgehog. This is like an improvement, I think. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I am a strong person. I will get work done today. I'm just here to tell you guys that grad students are just the same as you. That's all I'm here for. Okay. We're gonna do another pomo. We, me, you, whoever wants to participate. Life is short. Do whatever you want. As it goes, I will shut up while we're working. I don't like being talked at, like, verbally because I have sensory issues, so therefore I assume you do not like that. But if you would like to get a hold of me, of course. Good game. Part of the reason I realized I was gay. Notable fact of me. Sorry. Stream chat will still be here. I'll be texting. I cannot stop yapping, but I will stop yapping in your ears so that we can both lock in. Cool, 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 cool. Okay. I'm making progress. It's slow progress. I like 3 steps forward, 1 step back kind of progress, but you know, fine. Yeah, so like TLDR, I was working on something and I got it working, but then I realized I needed to like do the same thing again later. So I figured instead of like applying it each time, it's easier to apply it to the base data. Um, but that is not working how I'm intending. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. There's like a stupid way to do it, and honestly, I might just do the stupid way because like it is not really working. Yeah. It basically like the way it is like I was normalizing the data as I went, but like it turns out I need the normalized data later. So I like have to go back and normalize the data set as a whole and then work off of that normalized data set. But that's not working right now. For reasons that I don't quite understand because I don't quite understand R. Quite frankly, like I could do it a stupid way and do it with a for loop, but I keep on trying to do it with like a built-in function in R because I'm like, oh, it's more efficient. Me. But maybe I just do it with a for loop because like, you know, sometimes stupid problems, stupid solutions, like it's fine, you know? Like I do not care at this point. It is not that deep. I was like defining a user-defined function for the first time, which I've never done before. So I'm just sitting there like Googling how to define function in R. It is not really working, but it's okay. I might make it to 10 pomos. That would be kind of crazy of me. Kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm not getting as much done on this as I was like hoping is the one sad thing. Like, I'm making progress, but I'm not like cooking, you know what I mean? Like I'm not cooking. I have not, and I'm not aware of what that is. Is it a new wait? I can fucking Google things myself. I'm an adult. Oh. Got it. It's not the one that has Max in it though, right? Because like I don't want to play that one. Not because I hate Max, just because I hate the direction they took it. Okay, cool. I can do that. Yeah, as long as it's not like the new one they made where like Max came back. I was like, excuse me, what are we doing here? I was not in love with the direction they decided to take all of it. Yeah. I can do that. I can fuck with that. Like the classic Life is Strange occupies such an important part of like my psyche. So it's really a shame to see that they took the franchise and hucked it straight in the garbage bin. Put Max Caulfield back. Don't make her return. I liked where it was. Thank you very much. Like everything feels like a mischaracterization of her and like the characters as a whole. Like it just I don't want to do it. And this is from someone who was like a Life is Strange enthusiast when it came out. Like I just cannot with the new one. Like Chloe in Life of Strange was my bisexual awakening, which eventually turned into a lesbian awakening because I realized I wasn't a bisexual belatedly. But like this game like does mean a lot to me. I almost actually like cracked and played a Life is Strange on stream for like an anniversary or something, but then I realized like I don't want to. Like the game franchise means so much to me, but the original Life is Strange was like so good, and I don't feel like some of the newer ones have lived up to it. So It's not even purposeful that I do 2 large chunks, dude. Like, it just happens. I mean, okay, I knew it was gonna happen with Harold Halibut this week, but the rest of it, like, it's never intentional. It just is how I split up my streams. I just binge game. That's my problem. Is like I don't really do like a little demure like 3-hour stream. No. 8-hour stream or bust. But to be fair, I've not been doing the 8-hour streams recently because my fatigue has been intense. But we're working on it. If you see me looking off to the side, it's because the snake is running around the tank and I've just been looking at him. He's like having a time. He's going on a little trip. I've not seen him running around this much. He probably wants dinner. Hi, baby. He's just sitting there like... Which, like, real, dude. So real of you. So real. But yeah, I'm at least going to do one more Pomo because I want this code to be... This part of the code to be done, so I feel like I've finished, like, something substantial. Not that I haven't been doing anything of value, but, like... Because I have been doing something very valuable, and, like, I had to tell myself that, but like I want something like verifiably finished, if that makes sense. Like, fun fact: I started coding in Python before I got the snake. The ball python came after. Oh yeah, he can tell I'm cheating on Python. He came out and he's like, "What? Oolong." He's just vibing. He's just a little guy. I really need to like make some lighting in his tank because normally like natural light is theoretically enough, but I do this thing where I keep my curtains closed all day because I have problems. So I should probably like install some lighting in this room for him. They need like a day-night cycle. They don't explicitly need lighting like turtles, but just snake rave. I could. He's currently just getting like RGB strobed by my backlighting. But yeah. I'm so happy I tied up my hair. I feel much less like Shadow the Hedgehog. Okay. Let's see. I can't count those dots. 1, 2. Actually, it's easier to go the other way. See, it keeps robbing us of 2 dots every time. We should be on 8 going on 9. I wrote it down here. Okay. What? Okay. Gonna do it. We're gonna do it, guys. I have more stuff to get done. And I want this code to work. I want it to work. It's a lesson on why learning how to code is important. Because I don't know how to do any of this. Don't, like, the fact that they're like, yeah, you just have to code in R now. I'm like, okay, like, shit. At least it's a high-level programming language, but, like, I've never coded in R, so I'm just sitting here, like, how to write a function in R. It's so dumb. Like, okay, let's do it.
Thank you for following.
is the end of our very short and sweet 20-minute work block. Works great for me because I have the attention span of like a bug or something. But yeah, I'm making progress. The good news was the thing that was not working before was working. I just forgot to reassign some variable names, so we're all good. So that question is like almost done. I just decided I wanted to move on to the next question for a second because like I set up everything else. I just need to like add a function, like import a function to use, and then I can finish it, but I just didn't want to do it at this exact second. So I took a second away from it and I'm working on a different question because there's 7 questions on this homework. I've been working on question 1 for a while. Let's put it that way. But we're almost done with, I'm starting question 2. I think question 1 might have been harder than question 2, but we'll see. Especially because question 2 is like, oh, using the data that you processed in question 1 kind of thing. So hopefully that'll mean it's like faster. But my goal is to get through question 4, not on stream for sure. Like, we are not going that long. I'm not doing that to you. We're not doing it to each other. But I'm trying to get through question 4 like early in the week so that I have the rest of the week to do the harder proofs. Because I have looked at that proof like 3 times and I do not know what it means. You've seen me pull it up like 3 times. I'm not good with multiple like summations. I'm actually not even good with like a single summation for some reason. Like just when you throw a sum in front of me, like with the like symbol, my brain just kind of like poofs. I don't know what it is about that. I think I have trauma. From like I teach a course where we teach freshmen that notation sometimes, but it's like inconsistent in different parts of our textbook. And so I like have developed an aversion to it just because I'm like, it's never dependable to me, which like it is if it's written by somebody who uses it frequently and knows how to do math notation, unlike the person who wrote my textbook. But still, sometimes I'm like, I see it. Fear. I feel fear. So yeah, it's fine. We're vibing. I'm just trying to get the coding part done because that's the part I can do. But you know what? Hey guys, I consider this a complete win. You know why? I didn't wait until the day it was due. Because if I'd waited until the day it was due, I would have been screwed. But also, like, I definitely could have done it. I just wouldn't have finished the homework. And I've done it. I did it the last time, so it was within my capabilities to put it off for that long. So I'm just proud of myself for starting on Tuesday instead of Friday. But I'm hoping I'll be able to get it done between the co-working streams we have this week and stuff like that. Just checking to make sure I don't have any urgent notifications. But yeah. We're doing it. We're getting stuff done. I hope you guys have been able to get stuff done. You're holding me accountable. I hope that I'm holding you hostage as well. Affectionately holding you hostage. Holding you hostage so you can do things that you didn't want to do alone. But yeah. I do plan on doing, so like, this will probably be our last POMO because like, we're hitting close to like 6 hours, which is a record for me for work study streams. Mostly because my work doesn't usually take this long because the projects don't ever take this long, genuinely. This homework takes longer than my final project. But also just like, how do I put this? Well, short attention span, but also I need to eat. I like really badly need to go to the grocery store and I like haven't, but I need to at least scrounge food in my own apartment so I can like not starve. I think that's a good plan. Because I have tofu. I don't know what I want to make. Okay, there it is. One more. We're gonna do one more. And then I'm gonna figure out how to eat dinner because I don't know what I'm gonna do, but gotta figure it out. Do I even have food here? Hold on. I like kind of do. I don't have anything like fresh for sure. Like I haven't gone to get groceries in a bit. I'm so good at living, dude. I hope you guys know you signed up for like the least functional work study stream of all time. The joy here is I don't pretend to be good at being a human being. We're just going through it together. Okay. Last bit, we will do our last little like pomo together. I'm gonna keep working on this code real quick. I'm gonna do some k-means clustering, which I don't like doing, but it's fine. I'm just gonna do it because it's for my homework. And then after I'm done with that, we will probably be done depending on how I'm feeling. I for sure need food, so that's kind of the issue here. That is the time limiting part of this phenomena currently. But just really quick, I am gonna go piss girl because I've been sitting in this chair for an extraordinary amount of time and I do need to pee. So give me like one extra tiny second. Big shocker. Food important. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I don't like have. I need to get groceries, basically. Hold on. Okay, I have returned. Notably, I've been trained not to say I am back because somebody that I know will turn that into a joke if you do that. Thank you. We back, boys. I pissed and also picked up a couple of pieces of clothes off my floor, guys. We are winning tonight. I want to keep going. I do, but we're gonna do one more pomo. Because I need to go attend to a few life things such as eating and doing my laundry. Because my cat peed on my clothes and I need to clean them up. So life is great for me. Life is doing so good. So one last pomo and then we'll close it out, find somewhere else to send everyone. For those of you who are staying on the grind set. Let me get this started. this is our final break. For those of you who are just coming back, hello. Jovi has joined us, which is generally a sign that I should be done. Hi. Everyone say hi to Jobs. He is the lap cat of all time. There is no other lap cat like him. I personally just got hosed by some of my stuff, so I need a break. I need to take some take a regroup moment. So this is for sure my stopping point for tonight. I felt like it was gonna be, and then some things went ways that I didn't anticipate, and I need a second. So it's fine. It is all fine. I just need to think again. I hate thinking sometimes. I'm tired of thinking for this one. Look at him. Hi, Jovi. Oh, he's warbling. Anyways, this is my weird cat. This is my dog in the shape of a cat. This is the world's most friendly cat you've ever met. And he's here. Hi. Hi, Chunko Stunko. Ow, he's biting me. He wants dinner. I think Chunko Stunko wants dinner. Which I do too. So my plan for after this is we are going to raid out to someone cool, someone fun, someone also working, just in case you want to continue the vibes. And then my plan is I'm gonna go do laundry and start making myself dinner to get on with some life things, because I've done plenty of work tonight. And I'm gonna continue to give the cat a swirly whirly. While we're doing this, I'm going to check who else is still alive in the co-working category. Oh, it's good I checked, because like at least one of the people is not live anymore. That I was thinking about. I'm looking. I'm just looking for places to send us. Okay. Here, we're gonna raid into somebody else who is co-working. I do not entirely know them, so I cannot. Hi. Can we not do that? Thank you, sir. I do not entirely know them, so that being said, thank you guys for being here. Show them all the love you showed me, obviously. I'm trusting you with them and them with you.
But beyond that, I hope everything goes well. For those of you who are continuing to work, good luck. For those of you who have been working for quite a while, maybe take a break, take a breather. No harm in taking a little bit of time off. That's certainly what I'm gonna do for the rest of tonight. And thank you again for being here. Thank you for keeping me accountable. I hope you guys found it useful and helpful like I did. Because I certainly got some stuff done. So let's get this raid queued up. Perf. Okay. And just so you guys know, I will be streaming again at 1 p.m. Pacific on this coming Thursday. I'm continuing more work on my projects that are due. Beyond that, thank you for being here. Good luck. Have fun. Oh, and hydrate. Good luck, have fun, and hydrate, I'm being told. And I'm gonna go do laundry and some other things, which is not really... I'd rather go rest, but I have to do laundry. Okay, I hydrated. Goodbye.